Let me filter the feed to that thread.
Boris, look at this. Israel threatening to evict Gaza residents over children flying kites among the rubble.
That's a stark image, Anna. Let's see the ground there.
The satellite shows the urban landscape, but the human toll is what matters.
Meanwhile, Nepal's flood death toll has risen to 270, with 1,000 missing after a glacial collapse.
That's a disaster we should track over time. Let's see how it developed.
The timeline shows the flood's rapid escalation over just 3 days.
Now to Canada, considering retaliatory tariffs against the US, a trade war heating up.
Let's check the analytics to see the economic impact across the board.
The Geo section shows trade tensions concentrated in North America.
And the bottom cards confirm the trend. This is a significant shift.
Algeria's forest fires have killed 12, with over 50 injured, a tragic disaster.
Let's outline the affected area to show the scale.
The drawn area highlights the fire-affected zone near the capital. Opening the full newsfeed, 1,402 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, occupiers struck a shopping center in Kharkiv with a drone. There are casualties. Here's how the countries weigh up overall.
We're starting in Switzerland, where the UN and Red Cross are pushing for urgent rules on autonomous weapons.
That's a rare, quiet corner of the map. Anna, let's see how this story connects to the wider security debate.
The mind map shows how this ties into conflict zones we've covered earlier.
Now across the Atlantic, Canada is weighing retaliation against new U.S. tariffs, escalating the trade war.
Let's pull up the analytics to see how this trade tension fits the bigger economic picture. Now to Nepal, where floods have killed 270 people and left 1,000 missing after a glacial collapse.
Let's outline the affected area so viewers can see the scale of this disaster.
This area is where the floodwaters hit hardest, a humanitarian crisis unfolding.
And in Pakistan, a hospital fire killed 14 infants, a tragic reminder of infrastructure gaps.
From Switzerland to Pakistan, the globe is full of stories that deserve attention.
Let me measure it. The number lands harder.
Boris, let's wrap up with the Haiti gang attack. 47 dead, over 50 kidnapped, and the UN is involved.
Anna, we've been tracking this all day. Let's see the satellite view of the area to ground it.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the human toll is what matters: 47 lives lost.
Let's save this story to our favorites for continued monitoring.
Saved, we'll keep an eye on the hostage situation.
Now let's pivot to the undercovered North America. Greenland's melting ice is reshaping global climate and geopolitics.
Trump's push to acquire Greenland makes this a political flashpoint, not just an environmental one.
The Arctic is becoming contested. Let's see the analytics on how this story is trending.
Finally, the Nepal flash flood, nearly 1,500 missing. Let's make a call on the rescue timeline.
I'd say 60% that most missing will be found within a week, given the difficult terrain.
I'm more pessimistic. 35%, the terrain is brutal and time is running out. Stepping back from the stories to the planet as a whole, main climate zone, country by country.
You can see at a glance who leads and who lags. Let me put the real-world markers on the map.
We're starting with Afghanistan. 1 million children face life-threatening malnutrition, according to the UN.
That's a staggering number, Anna. Let's see the ground. What does the satellite show us there?
The terrain is harsh and remote, which makes aid delivery even harder.
Now to Yemen. Houthis claim a missile strike on a Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea.
That's a direct threat to energy shipping lanes. Let's outline the area of tension.
The Red Sea is a critical choke point. Any disruption here hits global oil prices.
In Kharkiv, a drone strike hit a shopping center. There are casualties.
This is a war crime targeting civilians. Let's check the broader context with a query.
Venezuela's earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, a massive disaster.
The scale is enormous. Let's see the heat map of activity in the region.
The heat map shows the concentration of disaster-related news across the country.
Finally, Nepal floods death toll at 270, with over 1,300 missing.
A humanitarian crisis unfolding. We'll keep tracking these stories. Quick pass through the feed. All 1,402 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Russian drone attacked a minibus in Kherson, injuring 3 people. pulling outside data on that spot.
We're starting with the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker was hit by an unknown projectile, and the UNCTAD is reporting it.
That's a critical choke point, Anna. Let's outline the area to show how close this is to the shipping lanes.
This is the world's most important oil route. Any disruption here sends shockwaves through global energy markets.
And it's not isolated. We've seen a pattern of attacks in these waters. Let's check the concentration of incidents.
Density zones show how much conflict activity clusters around the Gulf. This is a hotspot.
Now to Kherson. A Russian drone hit a minibus, injuring 3 people. This is the kind of daily toll we're seeing.
It's relentless, Boris. The front line here is a constant threat to civilians.
And in South Sudan, 2 UN peacekeepers were killed in an ambush, a direct attack on those trying to keep peace.
That's a serious escalation. Let's see the ground there.
The terrain is remote and difficult. No wonder the patrol was vulnerable.
We're starting with Venezuela. The earthquake's death toll has passed 6,500, and the economy tag tells us this is also a financial story.
Let's see the ground. A satellite view will show us the scale of the affected area.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the real economic impact is in the recovery costs.
And that's where the contrast with DRC Ebola comes in. Two crises, two very different economic burdens.
In DR Congo, the worst Ebola epidemic in history continues, over 2,700 dead, and health systems are stretched thin.
The economic angle here is the cost of containment. Let's see how these crises compare in the analytics.
The dashboard shows 1,402 events across 243 countries, a busy board.
The top countries are concentrated. Let's see where the hotspots are.
The bottom cards show the full picture. We'll keep an eye on these trends.
Now to Sudan. The UN warns the war is becoming harder to stop, and that has direct economic consequences.
Conflict is spreading and becoming more technologically sophisticated. That's a costly escalation.
Let's mark the key conflict zones to visualize the spread.
These are the areas to watch. The economic toll will only grow.
In Syria, the SDF announces its dissolution after merging with the army, a major political shift with economic implications.
That's a big change for the region's stability and trade routes.
Let's ask the assistant about the economic impact of this merger.
The assistant's answer will help us understand the stakes. We're starting with Nepal, where the death toll from floods has risen to 270, with around 1,000 missing after a glacial collapse.
Let's see the ground from above. Anna, this is a disaster zone we need to understand spatially.
Satellite shows the mountainous terrain where the floodwaters would have rushed down.
Let's outline the affected area to visualize the scale of this disaster.
This is the region where the glacial lake outburst hit hardest.
Now let's look at China, where authorities are monitoring a barrier lake in Tibet after a landslide, a similar glacial threat.
That's a direct comparison, 2 glacial disasters in the same week.
Let's rewind the timeline to see how these events developed over the past 3 days.
The Nepal flood hit midweek, and now China is bracing for more flooding.
Shifting to Australia, where the pilot's family mourns as police search for wreckage of a plane that crashed into remote waters off the NT coast.
A tragic aviation disaster. We'll keep watching for updates on the search.
And in Italy, a helicopter crashed after hitting cable car cables, killing the pilot and a female passenger.
2 aviation disasters in one day, a grim pattern we're tracking. A data pause. Let's shade the world by common greeting.
One map, and the gap between regions is obvious.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,402 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. Yemen's Houthis claimed a missile strike on a Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea and attacks on Saudi military F. Switching to the country-by-country view.
Boris, the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo, has now surpassed 5,700 cases, a health crisis that keeps escalating.
Anna, let's see where this is concentrated. I'll pull up the density zones for disaster events.
Hot zone clearly centers on Kinshasa and the surrounding provinces.
And the spread is unprecedented. Let's ask the assistant about the key challenges in controlling it.
The assistant confirms that armed conflict and misinformation are fueling the spread, a deadly combination.
Meanwhile, in Norway, King Harald's health has worsened. He's in hospital with a bloodstream infection.
A reminder that health stories aren't only about outbreaks. Even monarchies face their own battles.
And in Cambodia, a trafficking victim describes being used as a prize, a harrowing crime story.
We'll keep monitoring this for legal developments, as we noted earlier.
North Korea vows a powerful response to the U.S. missile sale to South Korea, a geopolitical flashpoint.
That's a story we'll keep watching, and we'll be right back with more from around the world.
Let's put a distance on that.
Boris, look at this. Scientists found active subglacial lakes beneath Antarctica that can drain rapidly, affecting ice stability. Boris, let's start in Monaco. Judges will take weeks to rule on the Formula One appeal.
Anna, that's a quiet sports story, but it's a perfect contrast to the day's conflicts.
Let's see the pins around here, mostly sports and local news.
Now to Samoa. World Rugby says no immediate changes to their international schedule amid the dispute.
That's a real contrast. Monaco's glamour versus Samoa's grassroots rugby.
And in Fiji, Canada's Brooks opened the Pro with a perfect 10-point ride.
These are the stories that show the world beyond the headlines.
Let's filter for sports to see how these connect.
Back to the full picture. But first, let's get a satellite view of Monaco.
The track is tiny. That's why every appeal matters so much.
And that's our world tour, from Monaco to Samoa to Fiji. Opening the full newsfeed, 1,402 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, a tanker was hit by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, Ukhmto reports. switching on a curated layer, easier to see.
We're wrapping up the day with the South Sudan ambush that killed 2 UN peacekeepers, a stark reminder of the risks in conflict zones.
Was hit, Anna, so viewers see the geography of the attack.
The attack happened near the town of Ye, a hotspot for armed groups.
And it's part of a wider pattern of violence in the region. Let's check the concentration of incidents.
The density zones show how conflict clusters across the border areas. Now to the Middle East. Yemen's Houthis claimed a missile strike on a Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea.
That's a direct threat to shipping lanes, Anna, and it's not the only one today.
And just hours ago, a tanker was hit by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical choke point.
I'd give 60% that this will escalate into a broader naval confrontation within a week.
I'm more cautious, 40%, because both sides may avoid a full escalation.
We'll keep watching this, and that's a wrap for today's broadcast.
From the stories to the big picture, crime level across the map.
The polls show up instantly, without a single number. I'll see what the objective sources have.
We're starting with Gaza. Israeli attacks have killed at least 100 Palestinians in the last 2 weeks.
Let's get a satellite view of the area to see the current situation on the ground.
Satellite imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm specific damage from here.
Now to Kharkiv, a drone struck a shopping center, and there are casualties.
This is part of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, with another drone attack on a minibus in Kherson.
Indeed, the Kherson attack injured 3 people. The strikes are relentless.
Moving to Venezuela, the earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509.
That's a massive humanitarian disaster, and it's tagged with economy and culture too.
In Sudan, the UN warns the war is becoming harder to stop as it spreads and becomes more technologically sophisticated.
That's a worrying escalation. We should keep an eye on this.
Finally, in Syria, the Syrian Democratic Forces announced their dissolution after merging with the army.
That's a significant political shift in the region. Here's how it built up over time.
Boris, we're starting in Kharkiv. An explosion just hit the city, and an air raid alert is active across the region.
Let's outline the affected zone so we can see the scale of this strike.
This is the heart of the city. The blast radius is right in the urban core.
And the air raid alert means the threat isn't over yet. Let's see the ground from above.
The satellite view gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm damage from pixels alone.
Now to Sudan. Dozens killed in rebel attacks in Kordofan, according to medical groups.
This is a brutal reminder that the conflict there is far from over.
And in Haiti, a gang raid has left 47 dead and more than 50 kidnapped, says the UN.
That's a staggering toll for a single attack. We'll keep watching this one. Quick pass through the feed. All 1,402 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. 1 million Afghan children suffer life-threatening malnutrition. UN. Let's compare countries on a single measure.
We're starting in Tibet, where a landslide has created a barrier lake, and authorities are monitoring the risk of new flooding.
That's a serious disaster threat. Anna, let's see how the news concentrates around this region.
Density zones show this is a hotspot for disaster news right now.
Let's contrast that with Venezuela, where the earthquake death toll has surpassed 6,500.
The economic impact here is huge. This story carries an economy tag alongside the disaster.
Let's check the analytics to see how this compares to other events in the region.
The board shows 1,402 events across 243 countries. Venezuela is among the top in importance.
The geographic concentration here is striking. Latin America is a major cluster today.
And the bottom cards confirm the trend. Disaster and economy stories dominate the board.
Now to the DRC, where the worst Ebola epidemic in history continues, over 2,700 dead.
Health organizations are racing to develop treatments. This is a science story with huge economic implications.
Let's ask the assistant about the economic impact of this outbreak.
The assistant notes that the outbreak is straining health systems and deterring investment in the region.
I'll check how far that actually is.
We're starting with the plane crash off Australia's Northern Territory coast. The pilot's family is mourning as police search remote waters for wreckage.
Anna, let's outline the search zone so viewers see the scale of this operation.
That's a wide stretch of remote ocean. Every hour matters in this search.
And it's not the only disaster today. Algeria's forest fires have killed 12 people and injured over 50.
Right, Boris, let's fly to Algeria, where the fires are still burning near the coast.
The heat map would show how concentrated these fires are. Let's take a look.
The heat map lights up the coastal zone. That's where the fires are clustering.
And in Colombia, an earthquake struck Ismena, Choco, at 9:01 p.m. with a depth of 40 kilometers.
Let's check the ground in Colombia. A 40 kilometers depth quake can still shake things up.
Satellite view gives us geographic context for the quake's location near Ismena.
Let's wrap by returning to the Australia crash site. The search continues.
We'll keep watching this one. And next up, we'll look at the science behind these disasters.
Short break from the news, let's see the whole world by one metric: currency.
The contrast between countries jumps right out. I'll look for where else this shows up.
Boris, the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo, has now passed 5,700 cases, a health crisis that keeps spreading.
Anna, what's really driving this? Let's ask the assistant about the main challenges.
The assistant points to armed conflict and community mistrust as the biggest hurdles.
That explains why cases keep climbing despite the response.
Now to Nepal, floods have killed 270 with 1,000 missing, likely from a glacial collapse.
Glacial collapse. That's a climate science angle we should keep an eye on.
And in Afghanistan, 1 million children face life-threatening malnutrition, according to the UN.
That's a humanitarian crisis we've been tracking, worth a note for follow-up.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,402 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. UNICEF warns that 1 million children in Afghanistan are at risk of dying from severe malnutrition due to lack. I'll bring in a reference layer for context.
Boris, look at this. Israeli strikes reported across South Lebanon, including the outskirts of Es Rebin.
Let's see the ground there. Anna, satellite view will give us context.
The imagery shows the terrain, but the reports are what matter. Multiple areas hit.
Let's outline the affected zone to show the scope.
This is the area under fire, a reminder that the Middle East remains tense.
Now let's jump across the Atlantic. Venezuela's earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509.
Devastating disaster, the human cost is staggering.
Let's check the analytics to see how this compares to other disasters this week.
The board shows 1,402 events across 243 countries. Venezuela stands out in the disaster category.
The concentration is clear. Latin America has a spike in disaster coverage.
Now to Spain, the treasure of Valina. A Bronze Age find has been stolen.
A cultural loss that resonates across Europe.
Finally, Nepal. Floods have killed 270 with 1,000 missing, likely from a glacial collapse.
A climate disaster that demands attention. We'll keep watching. Let me check what the independent context says.
We're starting in Luxembourg, where 4 Russian bankers allegedly made millions from EU sanctions.
Let's see the ground there. Anna, this is a financial hub story.
Satellite shows the cityscape, but the real action is in the banking records.
Exactly, let's contrast this with a disaster far away, the Nepal flash flood.
Nearly 1,500 people are missing in Nepal and China after that Himalayan flood.
Let's outline the affected area to show the scale.
That zone covers the hardest-hit valleys.
Now let's jump to the Caribbean. Haiti's gang attack is still escalating.
The death toll there has risen to 47, with over 50 kidnapped.
That's a stark contrast, from a financial scandal to a humanitarian crisis.
We'll keep tracking these stories as they develop.
bringing up the time axis.
Stepping back from the stories to the planet as a whole, driving side, country by country.
You can see at a glance who leads and who lags.
Opening the full newsfeed, 432 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, Canada is considering retaliatory measures against new U.S. tariffs, escalating the trade war between the two co. I'll drop pins. The spread reads better that way.
We're starting with Ottawa. Canada is weighing retaliatory tariffs against new U.S. duties, and the trade war is heating up.
Anna, let's get a satellite look at the capital to ground this economic standoff.
The satellite shows the cityscape, but the real battleground is the negotiating table.
Now to Nepal, where flood deaths have hit 270 and over 1,300 are still missing.
That's a staggering toll, Let's see how the disaster zone looks from above.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the human cost is what matters.
In Kharkiv, a drone strike hit a shopping center. There are casualties.
This is part of the ongoing conflict. Let's outline the affected area.
The zone marks the impact site, a reminder of the war's toll on civilians.
Finally, in Tibet, authorities are monitoring a barrier lake after a landslide. Flood risk remains.
That's a delicate situation. We'll keep watching it.
Here's how the countries weigh up overall.
We're starting with Washington. The Trump administration has paused immigrant visa appointments worldwide, drawing sharp criticism from human rights groups.
That's a sweeping move, Anna. But let's pivot to the front lines, where the real security story is unfolding in Kherson.
Here it is, a Russian drone struck a minibus in Kherson, injuring 3 civilians.
Let's get a satellite view of the area to see the ground context.
The imagery shows the urban terrain where such attacks unfold, a stark reminder of the daily danger.
Now to Gaza. Israel has threatened to evict residents over children flying kites among the rubble.
That's a deeply troubling escalation. Boris, a humanitarian crisis, compounding an already devastated region.
And we can't ignore the broader security picture. U.S. lawmakers are pushing to sanction Chinese banks over Iran's war efforts.
That's a major economic security nexus. Boris, the Strait of Hormuz chokehold, is a global concern.
We'll keep watching these threads. Next up, the economic fallout in our economy and energy segment. Let me measure it, the number lands harder.
Boris, look at this. A 95% drop in Hormuz traffic is reshaping global shipping, and that's our lead for the economy segment.
That's huge, Anna. Let's pull up the analytics to see how this concentration is affecting the broader picture.
The board shows 432 events across 243 countries. The Hormuz story is one of the most important right now.
And the geo section confirms the Middle East is a hotspot. But let's contrast that with the BRICS summit in Brazil.
Here's the 18th BRICS Summit in Brasilia on September 12 to 13, a key moment for global economic alliances.
And while they meet, the Zaporizhia NPP is under attack. Let's check that story.
Ukraine informed the IEA about an attack on the spent fuel storage, but radiation levels are normal, a tense situation.
That's a delicate balance. Let's see how the Nepal flood aftermath is developing. It's a disaster with economic impact.
Over 1,000 missing after the glacier collapse flood in Nepal, a humanitarian and economic blow.
Anna, I'd give 60% that Hormuz traffic won't recover to pre-crisis levels by year-end. The disruption is too deep.
I'm more optimistic. 40% it recovers, because global pressure to stabilize shipping is immense. A quick pass through the feed, all 432 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Chinese authorities have strengthened monitoring of a barrier lake in Tibet after a landslide, with a risk of Let me switch the layer. It reads differently.
Boris, look at Nepal. The flood death toll has risen to 270 with nearly 1,000 missing, likely from a glacial collapse.
That's a disaster unfolding over days. Anna, let's use the timeline to see how it spread.
Here's the start of the window. The flood zone was just beginning to form.
And by now, the affected area has grown dramatically. You can see the concentration building.
Let's outline the flood-affected zone around Kathmandu to show the human impact.
This is a glacial collapse trigger. The scale is catastrophic for a mountainous region.
Now to Vietnam. Typhoon Nara has killed 3 and flooded homes and crops in the north.
2 climate disasters in Asia in one day. Let's see the ground there.
The satellite shows the terrain around Hanoi. We can't confirm flooding from pixels, but the reports are clear.
And the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo has now exceeded 5,700 cases, a health disaster we've been tracking.
That's a different kind of disaster, but just as urgent. Let's check the satellite context there.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though the outbreak spread is from the reports.
Back to Nepal, I'd give 60% that the death toll will exceed 300 within a week.
I'd say 40% rescue efforts are improving, but the missing count is worrying.
A data pause. Let's shade the world by famous festival.
One map, and the gap between regions is obvious. narrowing the board to that term.
Boris, the worst Ebola epidemic in history, is still raging in DR Congo. Over 2,700 dead and health organizations racing for treatments.
Let's pull up the satellite view of the outbreak zone to see the terrain they are fighting against.
Dense forest here makes containment brutally hard. Communities are isolated and hard to reach.
Exactly, and the RAG assistant confirmed that misinformation and armed conflict are fueling the spread.
I've saved a note on this. We need to keep tracking the aid response.
Let's swing to Oceania. A plane crashed off the Northern Territory coast, and the pilot's family is mourning.
The assistant reminds us that community mistrust and lack of resources are the biggest hurdles in Congo.
And that's why the death toll keeps climbing. It's not just the virus, it's the system around it. Let me put the real-world markers on the map.
Boris, look at this. A severe winter storm has shut down main roads on New Zealand's South Island, with avalanche risk in the mountains.
That's a big deal for such a remote region, Anna. Let's get a satellite view of the terrain to see the scale.
The imagery gives us geographic context. The storm is hitting the Southern Alps, a sparsely populated but critical transport corridor.
And it's not just New Zealand. Tonga's volcano is still making waves in the science world, altering ozone and radiation patterns.
Right, the Hunga Tonga eruption in 2022 sent water vapor into the stratosphere, and scientists are still tracking its global weather impact.
That's a reminder that even quiet corners of the Pacific can shape the whole planet's climate.
And from the Pacific to the Caribbean, Venezuela's earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, a staggering human cost.
That's a disaster that deserves more attention, Anna. Let's outline the affected area to visualize the scale.
This zone around Caracas is where the quakes hit hardest, a reminder of how vulnerable urban areas are.
And it's a story we should keep tracking, Anna. Let's save it for later.
I've saved the Venezuela earthquake to our favorites, so we can follow the aftermath in the next loop. Let's look at the live feed. 1,413 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. 332 bodies have been recovered from flood-hit areas of Nepal, with rescue operations ongoing and 27 foreign too. Pulling outside data on that spot.
Boris, look here, in Puebla, Mexico, one of the killers of influencer Cesar Gastelum has been arrested.
A crime story from a country we rarely visit. Let's see the ground where it happened.
Satellite shows the urban landscape of Puebla, where this arrest unfolded.
Now to the other side of the world, Papua New Guinea, where Parliament is expected to table Bougainville's independence question after 7 years.
Political milestone for the Pacific. Let's mark the key places in this story.
These two stories show the globe's breadth, from a crime arrest in Mexico to a historic vote in the Pacific.
And in Haiti, another massacre in Kenskoff, over 1,400 killed in recent months.
Let's outline the affected area to show the scale of this tragedy.
The drawn zone captures the heart of the violence in Kenskoff.
From Mexico to Papua New Guinea to Haiti, the world is wider than any single conflict. Switching to the country-by-country view.
We're wrapping up with the China mudslide. Rescuers are still arriving at the border port in Zizang.
Let's outline the affected area so we can see the scale of this disaster.
That's the zone where the landslide hit, a key border crossing now cut off.
And it's a reminder of how vulnerable these mountain routes are.
Now to a quieter story. Papua New Guinea's parliament is finally set to table the Bougainville independence question.
After 7 years of waiting, this could reshape the region's politics.
Definitely a story to keep watching into the next loop. And we can't ignore the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker was hit by an unknown projectile.
I'd give 60% that shipping traffic will be disrupted for at least a week.
I'm more cautious, 40%, because the market has seen these before. From the stories to the big picture, signature dish across the map.
The polls show up instantly, without a single number. Let's put a distance on that.
Overnight, air raid alerts and explosions hit several Ukrainian regions, including Kyiv and Kharkiv.
Let's see the ground around Kharkiv. Anna, satellite context will help.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm damage from pixels alone.
Venezuela's earthquake death toll has now surpassed 6,500, a staggering human cost.
Let's outline the affected zone to show the scale of this disaster.
This zone near Caracas shows the epicenter's impact, a region in crisis.
In Gaza, Israeli attacks have killed at least 100 Palestinians in just 2 weeks.
The concentration of violence here is intense. Let's check the analytics board for the broader picture.
The board shows over 1,400 events across 243 countries in this window. Gaza is a major hotspot.
Geosection confirms the Middle East dominates the top countries by event count.
We'll keep tracking this. Now let's move to Nepal's flood crisis.
Nepal has recovered 332 bodies from flood-hit areas, with rescue operations ongoing.
And in South Sudan, 2 UN peacekeepers were killed in an ambush, a stark reminder of the risks.
We covered this earlier, but the situation remains critical. Let's keep an eye on it.
Opening the full newsfeed. 1,413 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, flash floods in the Himalayas in Nepal, India, and China. Over 1,300 missing, hundreds dead, roads and infrastructure. Same board, a different view of it.
We're starting in Haiti, where another massacre in Kenskoff has pushed the death toll past 1,400 in recent months.
That's a staggering number. Anna, let's outline the affected area so viewers see the scale of this crisis.
The UN reports over 50 kidnapped in a separate raid. This is a security crisis spiraling out of control.
Let's check the broader picture. I'll search for gang to see how widespread this is.
Search shows the concentration of gang-related stories across the region.
Now to Syria, where the Syrian Democratic Forces announced their dissolution after merging with the army.
That's a major political shift. Let's see how it affects the region.
In Yemen, the Houthis claimed 3 drone attacks on Israeli military targets.
This escalates the conflict. Let's look at the ground from space.
The satellite view gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm any damage from imagery alone.
In Sudan, the UN warns the war is becoming harder to stop as it spreads and grows more technologically sophisticated.
That's a grim outlook. We should keep monitoring this closely.
Finally, in the Philippines, a landslide has closed the Baguio-Bontoc Road in Mountain Province.
A reminder that disasters strike everywhere. We'll keep watching this as it develops. Let's open the timeline the trend shows.
Boris, the Venezuela earthquake death toll, has climbed to 6,509. Let's see the ground where it hit.
The economic toll will dwarf that. Let's pull up the satellite view to gauge the scale of the disaster zone.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the real story is the recovery cost for a country already in crisis.
Exactly. And that's why I'd bet 60% that Venezuela will request a major international aid package within 2 weeks.
I'd go higher, 75%. The scale of destruction leaves them no choice. Now to Brussels. After the US settlement, the EU is pressing Meta to protect kids too.
This is a regulatory ripple effect. The US deal sets a precedent that Europe will likely codify into law.
The EU's stance could reshape how Meta operates across the Atlantic, not just in America.
And that's a market story. Stricter regulation often hits ad revenue, so investors are watching closely.
Shifting to the Pacific, the Cook Islands Party just won a historic fifth term, a rare political stability story.
That stability is a big draw for investment, Anna, but the real question is whether the coalition holds.
I'd give it 80% that the government completes its full term without a no-confidence vote.
I'm more cautious at 65%. Pacific politics can shift quickly.
This is the Nepal Himalaya flash flood. The death toll has risen to at least 270, Boris.
Let's outline the affected valley so viewers see the real footprint of this disaster.
Flood swept through these mountain valleys, entire villages cut off from rescue.
Let's see how this developed over the past days on the timeline.
Watch the event density grow as the flood spread downstream.
By mid-window, the crisis had already peaked in the higher reaches.
Now the flood is the live edge, rescue teams still racing against time.
From the flood to the sky, Tonga's Hunga volcano sent water vapor into the stratosphere, altering ozone and radiation.
That 2022 eruption is still shaping global weather patterns. Boris, a slow-motion climate story.
Satellite view gives us the geographic context of this remote Pacific volcano.
And back to a health disaster. The worst Ebola epidemic in history continues in DR Congo, over 2,700 dead.
Let's ask the assistant what's driving this outbreak spread.
The assistant points to community mistrust and overstretched surveillance as key hurdles.
That's a thread we'll keep watching into the tech and science segment.
A short break from the news, let's see the whole world by one metric: GDP per capita.
The contrast between countries jumps right out.
Quick pass through the feed. All 1,413 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Death toll in Nepal Himalaya flash flood rises to at least 270. switching on a curated layer, easier to see.
Boris, the Ebola outbreak in DR Congo has now surpassed 5,700 cases, the largest in history.
Anna, what's really hampering the response on the ground?
The assistant points to community mistrust and attacks on health workers as key obstacles.
That's a stark reminder of how misinformation fuels this crisis.
Meanwhile, in China's Zhejiang, rescuers are reaching a mudslide-hit border port.
A different kind of disaster, but both need rapid, coordinated response.
And for a lighter note, Armenian weightlifters just won silver and bronze at the European Youth Championships.
Great to see sports stories that bring people together, Anna. I'll see what the objective sources have.
In Kosovo, activists are installing countdown timers to the September 16 verdict in the Crimes Against Humanity trial.
A quiet corner of Europe, Anna, but the clock is ticking on a verdict that could stir the whole region.
The ground here is calm, but the political tension is anything but. Let's see how this story connects to the wider map.
Let's compare countries on a single measure.
We're starting in China's Zhejiang, where rescuers are reaching a mudslide-hit border port.
Let's see the ground there. Anna, this is exactly the kind of remote disaster we rarely cover.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm damage from pixels alone.
Right, but it shows how isolated this port is, a real challenge for the rescue teams.
Now to Nepal, where floods from heavy rains and a glacier collapse have forced evacuations.
Two Himalayan disasters in one segment. Let's outline the affected area here.
This zone covers the hardest-hit valleys, where entire villages have been cut off.
I'd give 60% that Nepal's flood recovery will take more than a month, given the terrain.
I'm more optimistic, 45%, because international aid usually accelerates the response. Finally, Haiti mourns another massacre in Kenskoff, over 1,400 killed in recent months.
That's a staggering toll for such a small country. Anna, a crisis we can't ignore.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,413 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. Floods in Nepal, triggered by heavy rains and a glacier collapse, caused destruction and evacuations. I'll check how far that actually is.
We're wrapping up with the South Sudan UN ambush. 2 peacekeepers killed, 7 wounded.
The area around Juba remains tense. Let's see what the satellite shows us.
That's the ground truth: remote terrain, hard to secure.
Now to a quieter corner. A plane crash in Alaska. All 4 aboard lost.
This is the kind of story that doesn't make global headlines, but it matters locally.
I've outlined the crash site. A remote area, search ongoing.
And the day's biggest worry: a tanker hit in the Strait of Hormuz.
I'd say 60% chance shipping resumes within a week.
I'm more cautious, 40%, given the tensions.
That's our call. Viewers can weigh in.
Stepping back from the stories to the planet as a whole, government type, country by country.
You can see at a glance who leads and who lags. Another rendering puts the accent elsewhere.
Canada is weighing retaliation against new U.S. tariffs. The trade war is escalating right at our doorstep.
Let's see the ground near Ottawa, Anna. A satellite view might show the border dynamics.
Satellite shows the region, but the real story is in the trade numbers.
Filtering by tariffs, let's see how many related stories pop up.
Now to Yemen. Houthis claim 3 drone attacks on Israeli military targets.
That's a sharp escalation. Anna, I'd give 60% that Israel responds within a week.
I'd say 75%. The pattern is too consistent.
Meanwhile, Ukraine. Air raid alerts across several regions. Explosions in Kyiv and Kharkiv.
The war continues to grip the east. Let's outline the affected zone.
That zone covers the main strike areas, a clear picture of the threat.
Venezuela, the earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, a staggering human cost.
That's a disaster of massive scale. Let's check the analytics for the region.
Geosection shows the concentration of disaster events in Latin America.
In Nepal, floods and mudslides killed over 165, with nearly 1,500 missing.
A devastating toll. We'll keep tracking these stories as they develop.
Here's how it built up over time.
Boris, look at this. Yemen's Houthis claim a missile strike on a Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea, plus attacks on Saudi forces.
That's a direct hit on energy shipping lanes, Anna. Let's outline the strike zone to see the real footprint.
The Houthis are targeting the Bab el-Mandeb choke point. This could disrupt global oil flows.
Exactly, and it's not just Yemen. Let's check the broader security picture in the region.
Now to Ukraine, air raid alerts again in Kyiv and several regions. A familiar but still urgent pattern.
These repeated alerts show how the war keeps civilians on edge. Let's see the concentration of such incidents.
Density zones highlight where the alerts cluster, mostly in the east and south.
And in Gaza, Israel threatens to evict residents over children flying kites among the rubble, a stark contrast.
That's a humanitarian flashpoint. Boris, what's your read on the Yemen strike's impact on shipping?
I'd say 60% chance of a major disruption to Red Sea traffic within a week.
I'm more cautious, 40%, given past resilience and quick rerouting. Opening the full newsfeed. 1,413 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, forest fires in Algeria killed 12 people, with more than 50 injured.
Venezuela's earthquake death toll has surpassed 6,500. Let's see how this disaster is reshaping the economy.
The reconstruction costs will be massive. Anna, let's check the analytics to see the scale of coverage.
Meanwhile, in Ukraine, Russian forces dropped 7 aerial bombs on Kramatorsk, 2 wounded.
That's a stark contrast. Let's look at the economic angle with a satellite view of the region.
The satellite shows the urban landscape. The economic impact of these strikes is immense.
Let's pivot to Australia. A plane crash off the NT coast, with the pilot's family mourning a great loss.
That's a tragic story. Let's see if there's any economic angle here, Boris.
The assistant notes that the crash could impact local tourism and aviation insurance rates.
Let's wrap with the Tonga volcano science story. Water vapor altering global weather patterns.
That's a fascinating climate connection. I'd give 60% that this will affect global agriculture within a year.
I'd say 75%. The stratospheric effects are already being measured.
I'll bring in a reference layer for context.
Boris, look at Nepal. The Himalaya flash flood death toll has climbed to at least 270.
That's devastating, Anna. Let's outline the affected valley so viewers see the scale.
The flood swept through these mountain valleys, destroying villages and cutting off roads.
And with the monsoon still active, the risk of further landslides remains high.
Now to Algeria, where forest fires have killed 12 people and injured over 50.
The heat wave is making these fires harder to contain, Anna.
The heat map shows the concentration of fire activity across the Mediterranean coast.
And in China's Zhejiang, rescuers are rushing to a mudslide-hit border port.
Satellite view gives us geographic context for this remote Himalayan region.
Exactly, Anna. These disasters show how climate extremes are hitting vulnerable mountain communities.
Data pause, let's shade the world by highest peak.
One map, and the gap between regions is obvious. Let me check what the independent context says.
Hong Kong is launching free AI courses with Google and Microsoft for small businesses, a real push for the digital economy.
That's smart, Anna. But let's see how this fits into the broader tech picture across Asia.
The map now highlights AI-related stories. And look, the DRC Ebola outbreak is tagged as science, not tech.
Right, that's the biggest science story today. Over 2,700 dead, and they're racing for treatments.
The assistant confirms the Bundibugyo strain has no vaccine, which is a major hurdle.
That's why containment is so hard. Let's see the affected area on the ground.
This is the geographic context. Dense forest and remote communities complicate the response.
And with no vaccine, every day counts. Let's keep this in our notes for follow-up.
Saved, we'll track this as the story develops. A quick pass through the feed. All 1,413 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Dozens killed in rebel attacks in Sudan's Kordofan, medical group says. Here's how the countries weigh up overall.
We're starting in Greece. 85 migrants rescued off Crete, spotted by a Frontex drone on 2 inflatable boats.
A quiet but human story, Anna. Let's see the wider sea around Crete.
Exactly, Boris. This is the everyday reality of the Mediterranean migration route.
Now let's jump to a completely different world. Sri Lanka's cricket draw in Colombo.
Sri Lanka's lower-order resistance forced a draw, denting India's World Test Championship hopes.
A sporting twist that could reshape the championship race.
Now to Haiti, where another massacre in Kenskoff has pushed the death toll past 1,400 in recent months.
This is a crisis we've been tracking. Let's save this story for the record.
Save to our favorites, a story that deserves continued attention.
From the Mediterranean to the Caribbean, the world is wide, and we've only just begun. Let me measure it. The number lands harder.
Boris, look here. Jordan has seen about 220,000 Syrian refugees voluntarily return home since December 2024.
That's a quiet but huge human story. Anna, a whole region slowly healing.
Now let's jump to the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker was hit by an unknown projectile, and that's a much louder alarm.
Let's see the ground there. Satellite view will give us the geographic context.
The imagery shows the strait's narrow shipping lane. A single strike here threatens global oil flows.
I'd give 60% that shipping traffic through Hormuz returns to normal within 2 weeks.
I'm less optimistic, 40%, given the pattern of escalation in the region.
bringing up the time axis.
We're wrapping the day where we started. Ukraine's air raid alerts and explosions across several regions.
And the conflict thread continues. Lithuania has been repairing Leopard 2 tanks for Ukraine since 2023.
That's a quiet but vital story, refurbished tanks going back to the front.
Let's move to South Sudan. The UN ambush that killed 2 peacekeepers deserves a closer look.
Two peacekeepers killed, 7 injured in an ambush on a patrol, a stark reminder of the risks there.
Let's see the ground. Satellite context might show the terrain they were operating in.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm details from pixels alone.
And in the Strait of Hormuz, a tanker was hit by an unknown projectile. That's a major shipping lane.
This could disrupt oil flows. I'd give 60% that traffic normalizes within a week.
I'm less optimistic, 40%, given the ongoing tensions in the region.
That's our call. Viewers can weigh in. That wraps today's coverage.
Join us next for the top stories. We'll keep watching these threads.
From the stories to the big picture, internet usage across the map.
The polls show up instantly, without a single number.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,413 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. The Syrian Democratic Forces announces its dissolution after merging with Syria's army. Let me outline the zone we're discussing.
We're starting in the Pacific. The Hunga Tonga eruption in 2022 is still reshaping global weather, a reminder of how one volcano can touch the whole planet.
Let's pull back and see the region. This is exactly the kind of story where the satellite view adds context.
The imagery shows the remote island chain, no live eruption, but the science story is about long-term atmospheric effects.
From the Pacific to the Middle East, at least 100 Palestinians killed in Gaza in 2 weeks, a sharp escalation.
That's a major humanitarian toll, and it's the kind of story we'll keep tracking in the conflict segment.
Now to Venezuela. The earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, a disaster that's still unfolding.
That's a staggering number, and we'll see how the region is coping in the climate segment.
And in the DRC, Ebola cases have now exceeded 5,700. The outbreak continues to challenge responders.
We've been following this closely. The lack of a vaccine for this strain makes it especially dangerous.
Finally, Nepal. At least 270 dead from floods and landslides, with search efforts still ongoing.
A tragic end to our top stories. We'll keep watching these regions as the day develops. Boris, look at this. The Syrian Democratic Forces just announced their dissolution after merging with Syria's army. Boris, look at Venezuela. The earthquake death toll has surpassed 6,500, and the economy is in shambles.
That's a massive human and economic toll, Anna. Let's see the affected area on the ground.
Satellite shows the terrain around Caracas, but we can't confirm damage from imagery alone.
I've outlined the quake zone. This is where the impact concentrates.
Given the scale, I'd say there's a 60% chance recovery efforts will be hampered by economic sanctions.
I'd put it at 75%. The sanctions are already biting hard.
Now to the DRC, the worst Ebola epidemic in history continues, with over 2,700 dead.
And there's no vaccine for this strain, which makes containment a nightmare.
Density zones show how the outbreak is spreading across the region.
Meanwhile, in China, rescuers are rushing to a mudslide-hit border port in Zhejiang.
That's a disaster with economic implications for trade routes.
And back in Ukraine, air raid alerts are sounding again in Kyiv and several regions.
The conflict continues to disrupt energy infrastructure and markets. Opening the full newsfeed, 1,413 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, 332 bodies have been recovered from flood-hit areas of Nepal, with rescue operations ongoing and 27 foreign too. Let me put the real-world markers on the map.
Boris, look at this. The flash flood in Nepal's Himalaya has killed at least 270 people.
That's a huge toll, Anna. Let's outline the affected area to see the scale.
The flood zone covers several villages along the river. This is a major disaster.
Let's check the timeline to see how this developed over the past days.
At the start of the window, the flood was just beginning to form.
By mid-window, the flood had spread significantly. You can see the news density increase.
And now at the live edge, the situation is still critical.
Meanwhile, in the DRC, the Ebola outbreak has now killed over 2,700 people, a different kind of disaster.
That's the second largest Ebola outbreak on record, and it's still spreading.
And in China, a landslide hit a border port in Tibet. Rescuers are rushing there.
Let's get a satellite view of the Nepal flood zone to see the terrain.
The satellite imagery shows the mountainous terrain. This is just geographic context, but it helps understand the challenge.
A short break from the news, let's see the whole world by one metric: largest lake.
The contrast between countries jumps right out. pulling outside data on that spot.
Boris, look at Nepal. The floods from the glacier collapse have forced evacuations across the Himalayas.
That's a disaster, but the science angle is the glacier collapse. Let's see the ground from above.
The satellite view gives us geographic context, but the real story is how climate change is driving these events.
Now to South Africa. A Thai national caught smuggling 50 parrot eggs in a homemade incubator.
That's a bizarre crime story, but it highlights the illegal wildlife trade, a real tech and society issue.
Let's shift to Bhutan. The king met Bangladesh's new president in Dhaka, a quiet diplomatic move.
This is the kind of soft diplomacy that shapes regional ties, worth keeping an eye on.
Let's ask the assistant about the science behind the Nepal glacier collapse.
Good question. Let's see what the data says.
Let me filter the feed to that thread.
We're starting in the Netherlands. Ratko Mladic, convicted of genocide, has died in a prison hospital in The Hague at 84.
A dark chapter closes, Anna, but let's see where this happened, right in the heart of international justice.
This is the prison hospital in The Hague, a place that held one of the most notorious war criminals of our time.
And now let's fly to the other side of the world, Tonga, where a volcano is still shaping our climate years later.
In Tonga, the 2022 Hunga eruption sent water vapor into the stratosphere, altering ozone and radiation, a global weather experiment.
Let's see the ground. This is pure geographic context, but it helps us picture the scale of that blast.
Satellite view shows the remote island setting. Imagine the force that reached the stratosphere from here.
Now, Anna, let's contrast this with a very different climate story, Panama's state of emergency over El Nino risks.
Panama has declared a nationwide emergency over El Nino, drought and floods threatening the canal's shipping.
That's a direct hit on global trade. Let's trace the timeline of how this emergency built up over the past days.
Watch the news accumulate around Panama as the week progresses, from early warnings to the full emergency declaration.
Halfway through, the story is already building, and by the end, it's a national crisis.
And finally, let's swing to Algeria, where forest fires have killed 12 people and injured over 50.
A tragic end to our tour, but it shows how climate extremes are hitting every corner of the globe.
Quick pass through the feed, all 1,413 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Israeli explosions, shelling and strikes reported across South Lebanon, including outskirts of Es Rebine and At. Switching to the country-by-country view.
We're starting our world tour in Qatar. The PM just landed in Tehran to push US-Iran negotiations.
That's a quiet but pivotal diplomatic move. Anna, let's see how the region's news clusters around it.
Density zones show the Gulf and Iran as one connected political hotspot right now.
Now let's leap to Tonga, a 2022 volcano that's still reshaping global weather patterns.
The Hunga Tonga eruption sent water vapor into the stratosphere, altering ozone and radiation worldwide.
Let's pull up the satellite view to see the caldera that caused all this.
That's the geographic context, a tiny island with a planetary impact.
From the Pacific to the Caribbean, Haiti is mourning another massacre in Kenskoff, over 1,400 killed in recent months.
That's a staggering toll for a small country, Boris. Let's outline the affected area.
This zone has seen relentless gang violence, a humanitarian crisis the world keeps overlooking.
And finally to Panama, a nationwide state of emergency over El Nino risks, threatening the canal's shipping.
Drought and floods could disrupt global trade, a perfect contrast to Qatar's diplomacy. Let's put a distance on that.
Boris, let's wrap up with the DRC Ebola outbreak. Still the worst on record, over 2,700 dead.
Right, and the Bundibugyo strain has no vaccine. That's the core problem.
We've outlined the affected region. The outbreak is concentrated in the conflict-hit east.
Exactly, and that's why containment is so hard. Insecurity blocks access.
Now to South Sudan. 2 UN peacekeepers killed in an ambush on a patrol.
That's a direct hit on the UN mission. Let's see the ground from above.
A satellite shows the terrain around the ambush site, remote and hard to secure.
This is exactly why peacekeeping here is so dangerous.
And the Strait of Hormuz tanker hit. That's the one to watch for the next loop.
I'd say 60% that shipping traffic fully recovers within a week.
I'm more cautious, 40%, given the ongoing tensions.
That's our call. Viewers can vote on it now.
That wraps today's broadcast. Join us next for the top stories. Stepping back from the stories to the planet as a whole. Life expectancy, country by country.
You can see at a glance who leads and who lags. Switching on a curated layer, easier to see.
Overnight air raid alerts swept several regions of Ukraine, with explosions reported in Kiev, Odessa, and Kharkiv.
Let's pull up the satellite view of Kharkiv to see the ground context. Anna.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm damage from pixels alone.
Right, but the alert pattern suggests a widespread strike wave across the country.
In Haiti, a gang raid death toll has risen to 47, with over 50 kidnapped, according to the UN.
That's a major security crisis. Let's see how the news clusters around this hotspot.
Density zones highlight the concentration of incidents in the Caribbean region.
Meanwhile, Houthis claimed 3 drone attacks on Israeli military targets.
That's a direct escalation in the Middle East. Let's track the timeline of these strikes.
Forest fires in Algeria have killed 12 people, with more than 50 injured.
That's a devastating disaster. Let's outline the affected area to visualize the impact.
The drawn zone covers the affected region near Algiers.
Rescuers are arriving at a mudslide-hit border port in southwest China's Zhejiang.
Let's inspect the event context for any external spatial evidence.
No NASA EONET match found, but the satellite context remains useful for geography.
We'll treat the area as approximate, not confirmed.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,413 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. Death toll in Nepal Himalaya flash flood rises to at least 270.
We're starting with Haiti. A gang attack on Kenskoff killed dozens, including 22 executed.
Let's outline the affected commune so we see the scale of this violence.
The UN chief condemned it. This is a brutal reminder of the gang crisis in Port-au-Prince.
Let's ask the assistant what's driving this surge in gang violence.
Now to Yemen. Houthis claim a missile strike on a Saudi oil tanker in the Red Sea.
That's a direct threat to shipping lanes. Let's see the concentration of such incidents.
Density zones show how the Red Sea has become a hotspot for attacks.
In Niger, mosque attacks killed around 30 and kidnapped over 60. Tinubu ordered a rescue.
That's a major security crisis in the Sahel. We'll keep watching it.
And Romania is investigating a fire in Tulsia, possibly from a drone explosion.
That's the war spilling over NATO border, a worrying sign.
I'll look for where else this shows up.
Boris, look at Venezuela. The earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, and the economic fallout is just beginning.
That's a disaster with a huge economic cost. Let's see the ground from the satellite.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the real story is the reconstruction bill.
Exactly, and that's why I want to check the analytics. How does this compare to other disasters this week?
The board shows 1,494 events across 243 countries. Venezuela is one of the top disaster hotspots.
And the geo section confirms Latin America is carrying a heavy share of disaster coverage.
The bottom cards show the important split. This quake is a 5, so it's driving the agenda.
Now to Gaza. A drone strike killed one Palestinian and wounded several in Gaza City, part of a deadly Thursday.
This is the kind of conflict that keeps escalating. Let's outline the affected area.
The zone is tight. This is urban warfare, and the human cost is immediate.
And Sudan, the UN warns the war is spreading and becoming more technologically sophisticated.
That's a conflict that's harder to stop every day. I'd put 60% on it continuing to escalate by year-end.
I'd go higher, 75%. The technology angle makes it more entrenched.
Let's compare countries on a single measure.
A mudslide in Jiayuan County, Zhejiang, has killed 3 people with 558 missing. Let's see the ground.
The scale is staggering. Anna, let's outline the affected zone to grasp the footprint.
555 tourists evacuated, and 499 residents resettled. This is a massive rescue operation.
Let's check the satellite view to see the terrain they're working in.
The imagery gives us geographic context, though we can't confirm damage from pixels alone.
Now to Venezuela, where the earthquake death toll has surpassed 6,500.
That's a humanitarian catastrophe. Let's see how the disaster is concentrated.
The density zone show the quake's impact clustering around Caracas.
Shifting to Haiti, a brutal gang attack on a strategic hillside has killed at least 30.
I'd give 60% that the death toll rises above 50 within a week.
I'm more cautious, 45%, given the area's limited access. A data pause. Let's shade the world by main river.
One map, and the gap between regions is obvious.
Opening the full newsfeed. 1,494 events under the current filters.
Further down the same feed, Israeli attacks killed at least 100 Palestinians in 2 weeks in Gaza. I'll check how far that actually is.
Boris, look at this. The Hunga Tonga eruption in 2022 sent water vapor into the stratosphere, and scientists are still tracking its effect on global weather.
That's a fascinating science story. Anna, let's see the satellite view of the volcano itself.
The imagery gives us geographic context, but the real impact is in the atmosphere, a reminder of how one eruption can ripple worldwide.
From the Pacific to Asia, Hong Kong is rolling out AI courses for small businesses, a quieter but equally transformative story.
Exactly, Boris. While one story reshapes the sky, another reshapes the economy.
The live feed shows the breadth of tech and society stories today, from AI adoption to public health.
And now to the DRC, where the WHO chief is calling for a scaled-up Ebola response, a health story with global implications.
The assistant confirms that community mistrust and lack of resources are the biggest hurdles, a reminder that science alone isn't enough.
We'll keep watching these threads. Next up, we head around the world to a place we rarely visit.
Let's open the timeline the trend shows. I'll see what the objective sources have.
Boris, look at this. Ratko Mladic, the Bosnian Serb commander convicted of genocide, has reportedly died.
That closes a dark chapter, Anna. But let's see where this story sits in the wider region.
The density zones show how much of the news here still clusters around the Balkans.
Now let's jump to Australia. Pauline Hanson's immigration ambiguity might be her secret weapon.
Interesting, a political story that could shift the election narrative down under.
Let's see what else is happening on immigration globally.
Now to Canada, they've imposed tariffs on over 700 US goods, a major trade escalation.
That's a big move, Anna. How does this compare to the trade tensions we saw earlier?
The analytics show the scale, hundreds of events across dozens of countries right now.
And the geographic spread confirms the global nature of this trade conflict.
Now to the Philippines, a boat capsized in Mapanoop Lake, killing 6 indigenous people, including children.
That's a tragic loss. Let's outline the area to show the impact zone.
Quick pass through the feed. All 1,494 stories in this window.
One more line from the feed. Sudan's war is becoming harder to stop, with the conflict spreading and becoming more technologically sophisticated. I'll bring in a reference layer for context.
We're wrapping up with the DRC Ebola outbreak. The WHO is calling for a scaled-up response as cases climb.
The assistant flagged the conflict hit east as the biggest hurdle. Let's see what's around the epicenter.
No NASA ENET match here, but the satellite context still helps us picture the terrain.
Exactly, this is geographic context, not proof of the outbreak itself.
Now to South Sudan, where 2 UN peacekeepers were killed in an ambush, a story we haven't touched today.
That's a sharp reminder of the risks peacekeepers face. Let's outline the area to show the scale.
The area around the ambush site is tense. This is where the patrol was hit.
And it's a reminder that security here remains fragile.
Finally, Haiti, another massacre in Kenskoff, with over 1,400 killed in recent months.
I'd put 60% on the death toll exceeding 1,500 by month's end. The violence shows no sign of slowing.
I'm more cautious, 45%, because international pressure might finally bite. From the stories to the big picture, median age across the map.
The polls show up instantly, without a single number. Here's how the countries weigh up overall.
Breaking in the Strait of Hormuz, a tanker was hit by an unknown projectile, UCMTO reports.
Let's get a satellite view of the area, Anna. That's a critical shipping lane.
The imagery shows the geographic context, but the strike itself is confirmed by text reports.
This could escalate tensions. Let's see where similar incidents cluster.
Density zones highlight the concentration of war-related events in the region.
Shifting north, an iceberg the size of Manhattan broke off Greenland, the largest rift in 14 years.
That's a stark climate signal. Let's check the analytics for disaster trends.
Now to Sevastopol. An air raid alert was just declared there.
The situation remains tense in the region. We'll keep monitoring.
In Haiti, the UN condemned a gang attack on Kenskov that killed dozens.
We have a task to monitor the aftermath. Let's check the task list.
The task is there. We'll follow up on the Haiti situation.
Finally, Algeria forest fires have killed at least 69 people, with the toll expected to rise.
A devastating disaster. We'll keep an eye on the recovery efforts. Let me measure it. The number lands harder.
Boris, look at this. An air raid alert just went out over Sevastopol, the latest in a string of strikes around Crimea.
Let's outline the affected zone so we can see the actual footprint of this alert, not just a pin.
That's the city center, a tight zone, but the alert means the whole metro area is on edge.
And it's not isolated. Let's fly to Lebanon, where the IDF just hit Hezbollah infrastructure.
Here's the strike in southern Lebanon, the IDF attacking Hezbollah infrastructure, a direct escalation.
This is the same pattern we saw in the Gaza strikes. Let's check the concentration of war events across the region.
Density zones show how the conflict clusters. Lebanon and Gaza are the hot spots right now.
And Sudan is another front. The UN warns the war there is spreading and getting more sophisticated.
Sudan's conflict is becoming harder to stop, with the fighting spreading across the country.
I'd give 60% that the conflict will still be active in 3 months. The technology is only getting more advanced.
I'm more pessimistic, 75%, because the UN itself says it's becoming harder to stop.
That's our call. Viewers can vote on it. Let's keep watching these fronts.
Let's look at the live feed. 1,494 events on the board right now.
Worth a look too. Dozens killed in rebel attacks in Sudan's Kordofan, medical group says. Let's lay this out point by point.
Boris, look at Algeria. Forest fires have killed at least 69 people, and the toll is expected to rise.
Anna, this is also an economic story. Let's see the affected area on the ground.
Satellite shows the terrain around Algiers, where the fires are concentrated.
I'd give 80% that the death toll exceeds 100 by the end of the week.
I'm more cautious, 60%, given the firefighting response. Now to Venezuela. The earthquake death toll has risen to 6,509, a disaster with deep economic scars.
Anna, let's check the news feed for related economic fallout.
The feed shows the quake's impact on infrastructure and trade.
And in China, a mudslide in Jiayuan County killed 3, with 558 missing, a major disaster.
Let's search for related coverage on this.
The query narrows the map to similar events, a powerful tool.
Finally, Tonga's volcano science story, a reminder of nature's global reach.
Indeed, Anna, from disasters to science, the globe is connected.